1-4, check, 1-4, check. It's a little hot, but it's the Reverend.
Yeah, we'll turn it down in here.
Okay. 1-5, check, 1-5. It's DT, 1-5, check.
Got it.
1-5. Two one check, 2-1 check.
Got it.
I think it's. God.
2-2 check. There we go. 2-2 check. 2-2 check. Two, 3 check. 2-3 check. 2-4 check. Four one check. 4-1 is a little hot. 4-1 check. 4-1 check. Three one check.
I don't remember.
Ooh, must have these reversed. Okay, 2-5 check. Three two check. Three three check. 3-4 check.
Finance and Planning Committee. Welcome, Mr. Chair of the Planning Committee. Good to see you. I don't think we have anyone signed up to address the committee, so I'm going to move to entertain a motion for the approval of the last minute.
Second.
Or approve? I think no approval. We're going to move the agenda around a little bit to accommodate so the CFO report after the presentation from what JPS between JPS and Stone presentation. Do we have a person?
Yeah, there.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Chair, prior to this presentation, and as always, full disclosure, I don't have a conflict of interest, a true conflict of interest, but a perceived one. Mm-hmm. I'm a former board member of Six Stones, and my wife is the current chairman of the board. And also recuse myself from this item altogether.
Yes, sir. Thank you for letting us know. Welcome.
I guess we can take our mask off.
Yeah, we can if we're presenting.
There we go. Would you like to do a quick introduction to
Yes,
the board?
I'm Jennifer
before-
Leaney. I'm the Executive Director for Six Stones Mission Network, and I'll let my board members introduce themselves.
I'm Mark Skinner, former board chair and board member this year and head of our building committee.
Nice.
I'm
Welcome.
Bill Yancey. I'm a former board chair and head of our capital campaign committee.
Thank you. I'm going to use this opportunity to introduce our former board chair, Mr. Montgomery, also as well. Welcome. Yes, go ahead, please.
I might need more help on this. Hitting the buttons.
We're getting close now.
I don't have my IT person here with me, so
The man that no one can do without.
show me which button to hit if you don't mind, so I don't mess it up. This one right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much. We're so excited to be here, and I wanted to give you just a brief overview about Six Stones so you understand a little bit more about us. So Six Stones, a lot of people don't know where the name came from. So the founding church, Cross City Church, at the time was called First Baptist Euless, they were $6 million in debt. And they were praying about that and really deciding they should not be $6 million in debt. So really they prayed three specific prayers which shaped the foundation and history of Six Stones. About the debt, they prayed, Lord, is this of you to pay off the full $6 million? Lord, what is my part? And Lord, bless your people so they may give abundantly. They bought these big stone markers, you can see them in the picture there, ahead of time in faith, believing that the Lord would pay down the debt. And a very quick time period paid off the full debt. It was so significant to the church that they called that the miracle, and money was still coming in. But really what started Six Stones happened right after that. A family came to the church in need. We're in the very most diverse school district in the United States, Hurst-Euless Bedford School District, and there's 117 different languages spoken there. So some refugee families had come to the church. Actually, 4 refugee families were impacted by a fire in apartments that are right behind the church. They came to the church saying, can you help us? But unfortunately, because of the debt, the church had to put in a lot of rules. We can't help unless X, Y, and Z. And unfortunately, these refugee families did not meet meet those criteria. So my predecessor, who was there for the first 10 years of Six Stones, he was on staff, and the pastor were very upset about this, so they prayed about it, and the pastor came to my predecessor and said, we want you to help these refugee families, to research how we can do that. Here's keys to a building that we've had for over 12 years now, and because of the miracle money, here's an extra $280,000. So go see how you can help these families, so help people physically, open the door wide spiritually. So that's really how Six Stones started. Then there were a lot of other things. I've already messed this up. I promise I'm only hitting one button. Let me see. So this is an overview. So Six Stones has been around for just over 12 years now, and we work very closely with schools, cities, businesses, and churches. So those key stakeholders often don't play well in the same sandbox, but we are very community-oriented and partner-oriented. So I'm going to go through, just at a very high level, some specifics. This is just a little bit of background about me. I've had 20 years in faith-based nonprofit experience. I've got an amazing executive team, a chief operating officer, chief financial officer, chief development officer, and our 2 core directors who lead all the Six Stones programs. So I'm just again going to give you a very high overview about Six Stones. So our New Hope Center is our food pantry and our clothes closet. We serve 15,000 people in a typical year, and families can come in once a week to shop for food and clothing. It's run by 39 volunteers. So most of Six Stones programs are run by volunteers. We have over 6,500 volunteers in a typical year. So we very much mobilize the community, and we only have 15 staff. So 39 volunteers run the food pantry. Families come in, we help them with food, clothing, and other resources. We want to meet people where they're at and help them where they would no longer need to come to a food pantry. So that's a base core program. Then we've added on numerous other programs. Our Operation Back to School, it actually started with another church, but they gave it to Six Stones. So we raised the money to serve the at-risk students there. Typically every year we serve 4,400 students through Operation Back to School. We also, at Christmas time, serve the at-risk students, so there's about 3,500 students. We partner with the school district, they qualify the students, give them to us, we raise the money, and in every elementary school, we put on a party. We utilize our host churches, so there's 22 host churches that will have a party. Typically before COVID, it was always on at the elementary school. Sometimes, right now, it's been a little bit different. We can do it at the church if they want, or at the school, but we provide Christmas to them. So the parents get to have the Christmas gifts, and they typically put them in their car where the kids can't see in big black trash bags, and then we give them all their making of a meal so they can provide Christmas and be the heroes on Christmas morning for whatever their faith tradition is. So that is our Christmas program. Community-powered revitalization. When Six Stones started, there was numerous things happening simultaneously. The city of Euless, the manager also was at Cross City on staff, and they knew they had extra funds, and they said, hey, we can put these together. So this program, Fixing Homes, really started with 2 churches coming together serving one family, and it went so well that has expanded now. So we serve Hirsch, Euless, Bedford, and Grapevine, and we have just fixed our 800th home. So these are primarily widows, people who can't afford it, veterans, and we've just been asked to expand that even further to some of our city programs. The school district, anytime they ask us for something, we like to partner with them. They had a challenge where there's no UIL sports, so they said, could Six Stones start a soccer league for us? So we did that. We're in all the junior high schools, and this is for, most of the students are also on free and reduced lunch. They like this program so much because you have to be in school. So what they saw is attendance goes up. Then they saw fighting went down, and then grades went up. So they love this program so much and want us to expand it even further. And we really use it as mentorship opportunities. And then our newest program, Momentum. So we started this, actually it was the month before COVID, and the idea, it's a 6-month mentorship where people come together. We have a lot of volunteers. When I mentioned 6,500 volunteers in a typical year, but we also have a lot of people in need. During COVID, we actually saw 35,000 people through the New Hope Center. So we're trying to, mentorship is really tying the people who have resources with the people who need them. So since we're well known in the community, we wanted to tie those those two together. So we have served 76 people through this. Our goal is to graduate 100 people through the mentorship program. It's helping physically, emotionally, spiritually. It is not a cookie cutter program, but we try to help people out of poverty permanently, so meet people where they are. Two of our church partners have just taken something we're calling Momentum in Motion. So they're taking our curriculum. It's an 8-week curriculum, but over 6 months, and they're doing it their churches. So Central Bible Church has just started Momentum, and Cross City Church is co-leading it with us, with the idea that next cohort, they will take it on. And what we just started, actually as of yesterday, is Momentum Generations, and that is in the schools. So the superintendent saw how we've been able to help in a deeper way and said, it's great, we are seeing life transformation through Momentum. So we started with food and clothing and adding on a lot of other things, rent, utilities. How can we help people help themselves out of poverty permanently? And that's what Momentum is doing. So they said, can you do this in the schools? We wanted to be careful to not bite off more than we can chew, so we are starting in the alternative high school, Keys High School. So we just started that yesterday, and we're running this one as a pilot, and then in the fall, they want us to launch it. They want us in all the schools. So they're seeing the next part to this would obviously be the soccer students that are in this program. We can expand this to them. And we've also been asked to translate this into other languages. So when you come to Six Stones, all of our core programs are translated into 4 basic languages: English, Spanish, French, and Arabic. So we've been asked to take this one next to translate into Spanish. So we're just taking it one step at a time as we go through the pilot. So I just did a really quick overview about Six Stones because I know time is limited, and I wanted to let you know that the church that started Six Stones, they gave us that building I mentioned at the very beginning. So we've been there for a very insignificant amount of rent. It's basically $12 a month in rent plus utilities, so almost free. But they've had to sell the property. So it is now owned by the City of Bedford. The City of Bedford is one of our partners, so they help us on the home fixing program I mentioned, so we're actually in their budget, just like those other cities that we partner with. So they are allowing us to stay there until they get a developer to develop the property. So we know that time is coming soon. The good part for us is they're going to give us a 90-day notice to when we need to move. We've been looking, and I've got, Mark Skinner is actually chairing our building committee, and then Bill Yancey is actually chairing our capital campaign committee. So we've been looking for a new home for Hope, knowing we need to be somewhere. We haven't been able to find exactly what we want, and then this opportunity came up to potentially be able to build right here on this campus. So this is the JPS clinic that is in Euless, and the L shape around it, where the land is that we would love to build on, is about 5.8 acres. Now the good news is if we had to move out of our building before we were able to relocate, the commissioner, Fickus, has another location, the old JPS, that we could move to. So again, we have 90 days notice, and he's basically believes he'll be able to give us the similar terms that we have now, which is almost free, plus utility. So that is a great thing for us to be able to have standing in the community, that we've got a place to go when we need to go. In the meantime, we would love to build our Home for Hope exactly what we wanted. While we've been able to do great with the space we have, it's not exactly what we want. When I mentioned 39 volunteers help all these 15,000 people every single week when they're coming in, we have to touch the food basically 3 times. So we've made good use of the space. However, we want a client choice food pantry. When people come in, they would be able to take a shopping cart and shop with dignity, just like you would go into Walmart and shop with a grocery cart. So then we could utilize those volunteers, the 39 who are coming every single week, helping to go further. So we've seen life transformation through Momentum, the mentorship programs. So we're really trying to change the focus and not just handing somebody something, but to go deeper. That's what our programs are focused on. So this is the proposed site we would love to build on. Our pro bono architect, Ralph Hawkins, has looked at all the utility lines and believes the best placement for this building would be the way it's located here. So we would like to have a 25,000 square foot building. So this would encompass our New Hope Center. This would encompass our staff. This would encompass a community room, because we have a lot of community events. I mean, every time we're doing one of those big events, we typically will have 1,000 volunteers in the parking lot or different places. We've been able to pivot during COVID and can do it in church parking lots and other places, but we need a home for hope where we can have our mentorship program, our food pantry, our clothes closet. This is just a overview of what it would be. We have a lot of storage. Right now, we have over 32,000 square feet that we utilize, so we would consolidate part of this. For some of the programs, like the home fixing program, there's a lot of tools that we need, so we would like to be able to store that where we are. This is, again, just another sketch of this and what it could look like, rendering. I'm positive this would change, but we like the opportunity to talk about that. And then lastly, this is how our food pantry would be set up. As I mentioned, we want the clients to be able to shop for themselves. We call them neighbors, so neighbor choice food pantry. Offices where we have hope builders who meet with every single client, so we want them to be able to have a place in private where they can talk and assess the financial situations they're at, assess their jobs, assess their medical, whatever their issues are. That's what we do when they come and meet. So we just want to take this opportunity to build exactly what we want. We feel very blessed to be in the community, to have good standing with churches and businesses and the school district and all these different players in the cities coming together to support us. So we would like to leverage that and be able to help a lot more people. And my last slide before you ask questions is really just a time frame. We believe the city of Euless wants us to stay there. Obviously, Hearst, Euless, Bedford is the core of where we've been. That's where we want to stay. And the city of Euless is very excited for us to be able to stay there and build on this. They don't want us to go anywhere, and it could be a potentially 2-year time from as soon as we would get the approval from the county to move forward, then we could have this and potentially move in within about 2 years. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. What questions do you guys have for me? Too much information, too fast?
I can start. Thank you, first of all, for being here. It's a wonderful ministry and a great service in the communities. I was affiliated with the Grace Board for years in Grapevine, so I understand completely the importance of what you do and appreciate it deeply. A couple of questions relative to your process and the procedures that you all have to go through. Has your board already taken some action that would allow this ground lease to take place? Has there been a formal resolution?
I'll let Mark answer this.
The simple answer to that question is we have not had a formal approval. We do have a tacit approval. It has been something that's been discussed in great detail. As a matter of fact, we reviewed it again this morning at our board meeting, but we've been reviewing that now for probably 3 to 4 months. So the answer to the question is yes, that we're focused on this. We're looking to see that all of the doors are open, all of the lights are green before we move forward with this. We have vetted half a dozen alternative locations through this process over the past 12 months. Most of those have gone away due to the activity in the real estate market. And so we focused on this site. It meets the criteria of being located where we think that the growth for our ministry and the need for services is migrating to from where we are now. So we're excited about this opportunity for this particular site because it will address geographically the area that we are intending to serve. And so the board is up to date with all of this information. The board is excited about this opportunity, and we look forward, and we're so appreciative of being able to consider this partnership agreement that we're all very excited about it.
Great, thank you. Second question is, have you actually been through the building that you looked at that used to be the JPS?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I do know it is a 70-year-old building. So Mark had suggested.
Do you want me to tell this story?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Very quickly, we're going through it. We're taking a tour. I said, Jennifer, we've got to go look and see what we're going to have to do to make this work. Oh, it's just moving a wall here or there. It's going to be great. So we walk in, and I'm looking around, and I'm commercial real estate. So I've seen renovation projects before, and they don't scare me at all. And I'm saying, Jennifer, you know what? This is something maybe we should think about moving here permanently and just renovate this structure. And a few minutes later, after the EMTs got there and revived her, everything was fine. But yes, we have looked at that. It will serve us on an interim basis for the time period. It is not a permanent solution, but again, we are grateful to have that as our backup site because there's a good, in most likelihood, we will be occupying that building for a period of time.
Okay, thank you. Third question, in terms of, and this is really more for Daphne, If we were to consider a ground lease with Six Stones, what is the legal process that we would have to go through relative to RFP / whether there has to be an appraisal? I mean, give me some idea of the process we would have to look at to do this.
Yeah, and we'll probably have to answer that question more fully in close as you're asking for my advice on it. But I think we are going to move into close for the
Okay.
deliberation, and so I will get back to your question.
Okay, then before you guys leave, is it your intent to ground lease the entire remainder of our site or only that section where I see the building
We
occupied?
would love the whole thing.
And what would be your thoughts about why you need that section to the north of our clinic?
So we would love, as we've already been talking about several other opportunities. So one of them, I think your chief, I think his title is Innovation Officer.
Mark.
Mark has introduced us to somebody who's Eden Technologies. Eden Green Technologies, as an example. So we know that area is a food desert. So when we try to help people out of poverty, we know there's a lot of other resources that are needed. So it is a brand new opportunity that was just presented. We've had a community garden and we've done that well. And what we love is to take the community. We do a lot of family serve days. Come serve together. And there's people actually that serve from different socioeconomical backgrounds, right? So serving next to each other. And community happens and transformation happens. We would love to explore all options, but if we had the opportunity to put something else there, like a greenhouse that could help, somebody else had mentioned diabetes is a challenge for a lot of people that you serve, or just we're trying to get to some of the same socioeconomic determinants of health that you guys are. And if we partner together, there's probably more opportunities. So if given the opportunity, we'd like to have the whole thing. And then, of course, we would go through a process to say, if we wanted to put something there, that you would approve that as well.
So you'd be comfortable with JPS reserving some options when it comes to collaborative programming? Because
Absolutely.
we've talked a lot about food desert issues. I
Yes.
think our ideas are maybe a little more robust than a garden. But I think there's some possibilities that exist there, but I would want you guys to be okay with the notion that that may need to be a jointly programmed
Absolutely.
collaborative effort on that.
I think that's something that we would actually be pretty excited about, to be able to work with you hand in hand in addressing the needs of the community.
Awesome. Thank you very much. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
I assume you may be thinking about potentially put a clinic there or
Well,
some sort.
we've talked about what it's going to take to create fresh, reliable, affordable food options for people. And this is a food desert area. And I think that in terms of social determinants of health, we're not far enough down the road to be able to define that at this point. And it was probably not something that would be a core JPS mission function, but it would certainly be something that would fall into a collaborative partnership opportunity. And if we could get it done in one place, that means we could do it in other places. And as we look at medical home, opportunities with the 4 new projects, we've always thought that we need to be able to add enough property to our purchases to be able to accommodate some of these additional opportunities for us. We bought plenty of property here thinking that these kinds of opportunities may arise here. Now we have an opportunity, which is awesome. But I do think that we should keep it in the forefront of our thought process when it comes to really moving the dial on social determinants of health.
If I might add one more thing to that also, with regard to the facility that we would look to put on this site, we would want to work very closely with JPS to incorporate aesthetically some of the same concepts that you have. We're not looking for something that is going to stand out differently from what you have there now. We want to be architecturally integral with what you have existing so that it looks very straightforward and very professional.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions real quick. I'm looking at your diversity and inclusion statement. Thank you. It's very well written. From what I'm hearing, it sounds like you're living up to it. Can you tell me a little bit more about the demographics of your current client base and also demographics of your executive board and staff to make sure that there's an understanding struggles and the things that you're working on?
Absolutely. So 39% African American, 29% Hispanic. We serve a very diverse area. One of the things, and actually it was 2 years ago when I mentioned that we got it was the Neighborhood Builders Grant from Bank of America that allowed us to build the Momentum program. So it was a $200,000 grant, and we wrote it for 2 things: mentorship and board diversity. Because I'm just going to be very honest, when I got there, where we put in some board standards that we required, as an example, $2,500 get give, but our board is not as diverse as the people we serve. So that is our second part to that grant, that we are trying to diversify. I benchmark with a lot of nonprofits, Grace and many others, and this is a challenge. And so it was pointed out, maybe if I'm putting in standards like that, that could preclude some people. But our board is very aware of that. We don't discriminate from anybody, but we do know we need to do a better job for our board to be representative of the people we serve.
And Jennifer, one of the things that we did a couple of years ago is that, well, say about a year and a half ago, we ran to an advisory committee structure so that we could begin to educate and nurture new board members coming up and to serve in permanent board positions. And what one of the focus is that we would bring people up that might not have any type of board or professional organizational experience. We give them exposure to that, hopefully bringing in the people that we serve in the community to be able to bring them in through that door, educate them on procedurally how boards work, and then be able to translate that to our formal board positioning. And we look to our advisory committee now as a source of future board members. So that's one of the changes that we made about 18 months ago.
Wonderful. That was one of my next questions, was if you had any former clients or current clients on your board. That I've always found has been a great sounding board for individuals to be able to work, especially within this sector.
Our Johnette just mentioned this morning, and I was not aware of that she is our direct development committee chair.
Fundraiser chair, basically.
Fundraising chair. She is a graduate of a mentoring program many years ago. So she brings that experience with her, and she has developed a very successful professional career around development now. And so she is I didn't realize that until we had talked to her, but yes, we are very focused on trying to bring the people we serve so that we can connect with those people in the community and really have a true understanding of what the needs are. We can sit back in the ivory tower and say, well, we think we need this, we think we need that, but if you've read the book, When Helping Hurts, sometimes you do things that you think is the right thing to do, but it's not really what's needed in the community. So we're trying to establish that connection going backwards to bring that information forward.
Wonderful. Thank
So
you.
we do want diversity. We also want time, talent, treasure, testimony. So we require, it's a high bar. I'm asked all the time, how can I be on your board? And so it's like, well, here's the job expectations. We give that up front. And so Mark pointed out the advisory board trying to help continue to build it.
Dorothy, you have any questions?
No, I didn't have any question. I think it's a great organization and what they are doing, and so I'm very much supportive of your efforts.
Thank you.
I'm actually a refugee myself many years ago, and in our early days, we got a lot of help from organizations like yours to make our lives easier as we immigrate here. So thank you for all you do. We have some procedural stuff that we have to do behind the scene in the closed session later on. But thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next item is the a CFO report, sorry, wrong line. Clark.
That's a cute picture. So I do have a couple of updates for the Finance Committee as it specifically perhaps could impact the rest of the year financially for us. HRSA, if you recall, has been operating a program that allows us to receive pretty much a Medicare payment for any self-pay patient that had COVID. We were notified this month that that program is coming to an end due to lack of funding. So we have processed all claims that were potentially payable under that program and gotten those to HRSA. But I would expect within the next 30 to 45 days, we will be seeing that cash come to an end. On average for the year, we get close to about 1.6 million a month from that one program. So,
Just a matter of
I'm not clear on that. I just do, the official statement is due to lack of funding. So, most of the COVID relief programs have been tied to the public health emergency around COVID, and I think HRSA was an interesting place to put that program. They're not, they don't typically process medical claims, but it was just due to lack of funding, future funding. So that one item, just kind of a heads up that will be impactful going forward. And then on the CHIRP and TIPS program, and we've talked a lot about this. We did budget for CHIRP and TIPS. CHIRP is the medical center side. TIPS is for the professional and physician payment side that is impacting Acclaim. We expect to have some type of CMS ruling this week. Tomorrow is the deadline that a federal judge gave to CMS, and I will keep you guys informed on what comes out with that request. So we will know either yes or no. I'm sure there will be some more conversation after the deadline tomorrow. But it is looking like we will have at least some communication coming from CMS around those two programs. And those were budgeted about $18 million on the medical center side, about $2 million for the year on the Acclaim side. Are there any questions around that? It's been an exciting couple of weeks as far as the supplemental funding. Just as a reminder, we're looking at February. So February is a short month. We only have about 20 days scheduled for especially outpatient. And then we had not one, but two separate weather events, one the first week of February and one the last week of February. And that did result in ice and some clinic closures. So as you start to see some of these volumes, keep that in mind. It did have a large impact on the month. Admissions are looking fairly consistent, and you can see that even though our CMI was up, our length of stay was up as well. Our outpatient statistics, you really start to see some impacts. Our ER and our urgent care were both below budget this month. And then our primary care and specialty clinic visits, again, highly impacted by those 2 weeks of winter weather. Observation cases are down a bit, and then you can see our inpatient surgeries about the same as the prior month, and you can also see that our outpatient surgeries have started to increase. We had some room closures. We've started to open those surgeries back up over the last few months, and you can see that increasing trend on that dark blue line.
Ask a question about your invasive lab cases.
Yes, ma'am.
What's happening there?
So I believe what has been impacting most is the scheduling. I think there has been some physicians that are gone for a big part of the last 2 months, but it has overall been lower We really expected, you can see that budget red line, we had expected it to go back to almost 2020 levels, and that has not occurred. Behavioral health, again, our days are slightly under. Our clinic visits for behavioral health are slightly above budget. There's about a third of the behavioral health that are telehealth consistently, so not as impacted by those storms. And our emergency visits were right on budget. On our financial metrics, our days cash on hand is about 380 after we set aside the future fund. If you look at it like S&P does, we're at about 426. And then at the bottom right, you'll notice that our FTEs per adjusted patient day, again, that is based on the year-to-date or the 5-month calculation, and the hours paid are favorable. But you'll see on the income statement, we are unfavorable overall when we look at the dollars. Connection enrollment, we had some great conversation 2 weeks ago at the board level. We are doing some deeper digging into that, and we'll be bringing more information back to this committee. But we did kind of hold steady there for enrollment from January to February. When you look at the income statement, it was a break-even month for the medical center. We had budgeted about $7 million for February. Again, the story since the beginning of the year, we do have a gap in net patient service revenue. A large part of that is the CHIRP program at about $1.5 million a month. We've also had some large volume underages, mainly in inpatient, which makes our outpatient mix higher, and we do collect less on an outpatient than we do for an inpatient stay. In the middle of the page, you'll see our salaries and contract labor. That trend continues to be high. We are paying overtime. We did budget about $1.5 million a month for overtime, but we are well above that, along with some incentive payments to make sure that the staff we do have will pick up extra shifts. We are working very diligently on recruiting those open positions now. Year to date, that brings us to about $31 million for our operating income compared to a budget of $42, or about $11 million gap.
Sharon, can I ask you a quick question?
You bet.
How are we adding to the future fund each month?
We do not add each month. What we do is during the budget approval, you guys approve usually around $10 million. We're setting aside from the capital and the cash flow created by that. So that happens once a year. Right now it sits at about $147 million.
Is the 10 million arbitrary or just precedent or what?
It's where we started about 4 years ago when we started planning for all of the bond projects, and it's about 25% of our depreciation expense. So routine capital gets about 30 million, and then we set aside 10 million for the future fund.
We don't have a target number for that fund, do we?
We don't. When the original project estimates were out and the 800 million was voted on, JPS at the time committed 300 million.
Right.
So that left the 100 million gap, but we have not set like a hard target for the future fund.
Okay.
That's over 10 years.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, over the 10 years of construction periods. Any other questions on the hospital statement? I'm going to go ahead and jump to the Acclaim income statement. We do have a lot of contracts and some issues to discuss and closed. Acclaim has performed very consistently over the last 5 months compared to budget. We do have a favorable about $150,000 in net patient service revenue, and the salary budgets due to some open positions are favorable as well. So the operating performance this month is about $500,000 ahead of their budget. Year to date, that puts Acclaim at about $4.6 million ahead of their budget plan. And then the consolidated, which we've already covered, both the hospital and Acclaim. You know, we are as a team, an executive team, trying to find opportunities to get us back on track before the end of the fiscal year so that we can hit the budget plan. That is all of my prepared remarks. Any other questions before the approval?
Any other questions from my team? Do you see any uptick in the enrollment or any, as you review them, any preliminary highlight that you see that we can turn this trend around? From the enrollment
Uptick in
standpoint?
enrollment for
the JPS connection.
well, so back on the connection slide, it's held pretty constant. If you remember, for about the last 2 months, we've seen kind of that last large extension period come to an end.
Mm-hmm.
So we will be bringing back some comments and insights as to that. We've been doing some research since the discussion at the last board meeting a couple of weeks ago, and we'll be bringing that back through this committee shortly.
Is it the application that we're not seeing, or they not qualify, or any indication? Because if they're not qualified, we may see an uptick in Medicaid eligibility and all that stuff. So I'm just trying to see if there's a black hole somewhere.
DT, I don't have that level of detail right now. What has inflated it for the last couple of years is that extended enrollment that we kind of matched what Medicaid was doing for their enrollees at the time. And as that comes to an end, we're back at the same level we were about 2 to 3 years ago. Mm-hmm. So what we need to do, we're looking at programs. We are reaching out to the other 4 large public hospital districts in Texas and seeing where their numbers are, what their experience is, comparing our criteria, their eligibility periods, et cetera.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Let me ask a different question. It may involve a policy change because the salaries may seem to be picking up higher, mm-hmm. but the inflation comes in, so the poverty level, if we set it where we normally are, it may be too low for them to qualify, or too high, whatever that is. Do we need to take a look at that, or can you take a look at that?
Yeah, well, what we do is we set eligibility on a % of federal poverty guidelines and levels, and that is definitely an area that we are looking at.
Right, because everything is so expensive, lease right. and all that stuff, but if they make more money, but they spend a lot more.
You have less expendable
right.
income.
Yeah. And our qualification may be too high for that.
Yes.
Okay. Any other question? Otherwise, entertain motion for approval.
I've got a question, and I'm not sure that it pertains necessarily to the income statements, but it's something I'm just curious about. I don't know all the acronyms or names for all the various government stimulus COVID relief, but I would very much appreciate, and I think others might also, to see since COVID, we've received X amount of money,
Yes.
and X amount of money has been allocated to X, Y, and Z. I'm just curious. I want to know.
You bet. I can bring a summary back.
Okay.
And we'll track it back to March of 20.
Okay.
The CARES Act funding was a huge win
Right.
for us. That was about 87 million. And then the other two large programs is the HRSA, which reimburses us for the self-pay. And we'll bring that live to date. And then Medicare had given us an add-on
Okay.
for COVID positive
Yeah, I just want to
patients.
see what they all are and then kind of
Yes.
where they all filtered into the
Absolutely.
financial statements.
Can do
Thank
that.
you.
Well, from the, I guess, financial on the behavioral health, and I see a lot of open position. Do we make any headway there? Because the census may be driven by.
On the physician component slide on the Acclaim providers. Dr. Becker would maybe be a better person to answer that on the open positions within. I see that there's 5 open currently and 1.8 pending.
And he can. Yes.
So as I mentioned last time, one, Acclaim is going through an initial process of creating a workforce plan. Two, these positions at present are all in the process of being recruited. I got the recruiting summary this morning. Part of the workforce planning process is to acknowledge not just existing positions, but in alignment with the other work that Lauren and team have done, that Acclaim is doing, how do we align actual clinician number with potential need and really put down a number of positions that are relevant? These are being worked through, and I have had discussions with Dr. Potawiltz recently, even about 2 or 3 other individuals that they're trying to bring in. And then lastly, even if you go through all of these, we are, as you noted, working to manage our budget. We are still meeting patient need, and we feel good.
Any additional question? Otherwise, entertain motion to approve.
Move to accept the report as presented.
Second by Mr. Montgomery. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion pass. Next item is item C.
DT, can I interrupt you for a second?
Yes, sir.
Just FYI, if I have 11:40 hard stop today, got to get to another meeting, are we going to have a quorum issue if I leave? Are we good? That's going to be a problem. So if we could take the action items that we're going to have to do, there's a lot of them. Maybe that would keep us from having a problem, but I do not have a choice about being gone at 11:40. Sorry.
That's for the, we're going to move fast. You can give us the short version, Mr. McGrady.
You can all thank me later.
So I will definitely on item C give you the abbreviated version. Epic upgrade, have to change credit card machines, $2,600 a month, $31,000 annually. First year it's $105 because of the equipment costs of the machines. They are the only known compatible gateway vendor. So.
Any question on item C?
Move to approve. Or second, Mr. Montgomery.
All in favor? Opposed? No. Motion passed. Another one. Next one, please. D.
D is Parkview Skilled Nursing for our connections patients. You can see the dollars that we spend there. Very good partner with us on quality. Their quality ratings are on par with our highest star rating, Arlington Heights. They are a 2-star facility, but we are working very closely with them on their quality, and we have some people that are actually in these nursing homes from JPS that are working on process, procedures, and improving quality. So,
Entertain motion for approval with the exception to bid also as well, including the last one also as well.
Second.
Second by Mr. Petty. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passed. Item E, consider approval of amendment number 3, participating provider agreement between Superior Health Plan and the Tarrant County Hospital District.
so this is an amendment to a managed care contract with Ambetter, which is one of our largest marketplace plans. We've been negotiating with them off and on for about 9 months to try to normalize some of the contract rates. Specifically, we have a Medicare uncompensated care payment that's been baked into their formula for payment, and they came to us kind of trying to normalize that to reduce the fluctuation in future years. So
I did have a long conversation with Rory on this one. And if you have any question, we may have to go into executive session because we don't think we want to discuss openly about rate here. If you have question, we can go with that, or if not, entertain motion for approval.
Second.
Second by Mr. Petty. All approve?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Motion approved. Item F, consider approval for letter of agreement between practicingexcellence.com and the Tarrant County Hospital District. Ms. Laura,
Hi,
welcome.
good morning. Thank you for having me here today. I am here asking for approval for a contract with Practicing Excellence. We have been a partner with them since 2017, and you may remember back at that time, JPS was selected as one of 6 pilot hospitals nationally for their clinician experience project. Since that time and during the pandemic, Practicing Excellence has expanded their library of resources to include not just physicians, but nurses, leaders. They have a specific modules for emergency departments, hospitalists, telehealth, DE&I, leadership, COVID-19, end of life, and all of it relates to patient experience. It's a video library of materials that we utilize for engagement levels with our clinicians and also patient experience tactics and topics. This is an agreement, again, that is remaining for the next 7 months. We're currently in contract with them. We did go out for RFP. We had 3 respondents, and Practicing Excellence came in with the best materials and the best outcome for JPS, according to the committee that reviewed the RFPs. They are offering opportunities for everyone who wears a JPS badge, so almost 8,000 of us to be able to watch the materials that they have recently created. So it's a full network-wide learning module related to patient experience.
I have a quick question on DEI that you just mentioned.
Yes.
We had a group that did the presentation
Yes.
at the board meeting last. Are they going to be collaborating with each other to
Yes.
work on that?
Yes, absolutely. And the materials that Practicing Excellence has are actually related to the patient experience itself. So it's just creating an awareness, but we would absolutely connect the two together so that they are aligned.
Yes. Thank you.
I have one question.
Yes.
After you get this is a program that you can go in and look at education. How will we monitor that, and how will we make sure that staff that need it is actually viewing it?
So actually what we do, we currently utilize this material. So when we have someone who is struggling in a certain area based on their patient experience survey data, or an area that's struggling in a certain area, we actually push the videos out. We create training materials internally around all of these tactics and topics and utilize the videos as supplemental references and resources. So we actually have built all of our training materials for practicing excellence for patient experience around the materials that practicing excellence provides. It's by clinicians for clinicians. So it allows us to be able to push things out whenever, if on individual scorecards, for instance, if it's a physician that's struggling with listening, they would then receive the materials related to listening.
Do you have any type of measurements that says they have been effective and it has improved scores for us?
Yes, absolutely. We've actually improved our physician communication dimension by 3 percentage points since we started using this module.
All right, thank you.
It's actually over statistically significant numbers nationally.
I'm looking for a motion for approval. Item F. Oh, still have a question? Sorry, go ahead.
I think she motioned to approve.
Oh, you moved for approval? Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? And aye.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Item G, Mr. Mendenhall.
Well, he's up for the next 5.
Good morning, everyone.
Hi, David.
Morning.
Good morning. How are
So
you?
let me tee up the first 4 of my 6 contracts. So sorry that there are so many today, but the first 4 are really with the same company, and there's a reason why there's an exemption to bid on all 4 of those. So our goal with this company is to co-term all of our agreements with them, right? So we had multiple modules over the course of the last 10 years that we have purchased through them, and now we're going to be taking them and making it so they have a single termination date moving forward. So that was the purpose of having 4 agreements. So all 4 of these will have an exemption to bid aspect to it, as well as the agreement itself. So is for our Midas care management system that we use for all of our tracking. It's where we put all of our events that happen through the hospital, where there's a fall, a needle stick, bad behavior, abusive behavior, whatever may happen. Is for nurses and physicians and everybody on staff to be able to document that, and then our quality team then goes and investigates that. So that is the first one that's in front of you.
Because of exemption.
Uniquely different.
I can do all 4 of them. Yeah, absolutely. Let's go ahead and do that. The second one, thank you, Mr. Montgomery, for doing that. I appreciate that. The second one that's in front of you is for the Midas Plus Datavision System, which takes all of that data that we used to have to manually abstract from, automatically abstracting data from charts, putting it into there and doing comparison analysis against 600 other hospitals across the country to be able to see where we are at from a quality perspective. The third one is the Midas Static Physician System, which does the OPPE, which is the physician performance metrics against all of the other, again, 600 hospitals that are out there to make sure our physicians are tracking our quality measures the way they're supposed to. And the final one is our sepsis dashboard that, again, takes that same data that we have been able to abstract from our quality measures and bring it into to be able to build a sepsis dashboard, again, for our quality team that's held up by Dr. Stevenson to be able to see all of that across the board. So that's all 4 of them.
For full disclosure, I had a long talk with David about non-bidding, exemption and all that stuff, and we went through all that behind the scene, because there's a lot of complexity for implementation, historical data, and interoperative and all that stuff.
Yeah.
That needs to be factored into consideration, so we're comfortable with it.
I appreciate that, Mr. Nguyen.
And are you satisfied that all those are?
Yes, he did. He did a good job. That's true. All right. Entertain motion to approve G, H, I, and J with the exemption to bidding also as well.
Okay.
David will tell you, we really raked him over the coals with this.
They did. It was. I'm surprised I was standing. I know. So thank you, Mr. Petty, for having a hard stop. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Bye. We have some, I need to,
He approved, you second.
Second.
Okay, all right. It's
They're all
really-
ready to
We're
go.
going too fast today, okay.
favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Approving G, H, I, and J. Thank you. David, you next.
The next one is with GE Precision Healthcare. This one is on the Vizient contract. This is our service agreement for everything that is imaging, that has a GE sticker on it. So our trophon units, our radiology rooms, our MRIs, everything that has GE on it. This is for the glassware, everything that's included in this. So this is in front of you today and for your consideration.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item K pass.
And finally, thank you very much, is an agreement between JPS and Prescriptive Data Solutions, who is part of the Texas DIR, for purchasing of equipment. This is a EMC Dell hyperconverged system. It is replacing our Cisco hyperconverged system at our Richardson data center. It's been about 5 years since I came before you and we put that infrastructure in place in Richardson. So this is a whole-scale replacement of that. The systems that are running on this, we used to run about 400 physical servers. Now we're down to about 11 and at that data center. So this is a huge consolidation, which is making a big difference in our costing out at that data center. So this is in front of you today.
Is 5 years about the lifespan of those, David?
Yeah, actually, we got an extra year and a half out of it. This particular infrastructure, when you go hyperconverged, the heat is a really big issue. And so that particular structures usually only last between 3 and 4 years. We were able to get 5 out of this last set, and we're hoping to get another 5 out of this next set as well.
Great. So moved.
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. L, M, Mrs. Zila.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Welcome. We have 4 items from your area.
We do. Good morning, everybody. I'm here today to present to you 4 contracts with various school districts. Again, these are grant funded through the Senate Bill 11. The first I have to present to you for your review and hopeful approval is to consider the approval of an interlocal agreement for the provision of pediatric and adolescent behavioral health services between Forestburg Independent School District and Tarrant County Hospital District.
So moved.
Let's go ahead and do the next 3 also as well. Stay the same.
do it.
so that
All
we
right,
can-
my second for approval is interlocal agreement for the provision of pediatric and adolescent services between Bowie Independent School District and Tarrant County Hospital District. My third one is consider approval for the provision of pediatric and adolescent behavioral health services between Lake Worth Independent School District and Tarrant County Hospital District. And the final contract is consider approval for the provision of pediatric and adolescent behavioral health services between Petrolia Consolidated Independent School District and Tarrant County Hospital District. Okay. These are all new.
Awesome. That's
Yes,
awesome.
actually, and I know we're in a hurry, but I have to brag on Tanisha Kennard and this team. So from March to December of last year, we saw 653 kids and families. From January to today, we have seen 450. So we are on par to more than double. And families have paid lots of huge compliments. Again, the average age of the kids that are seeking our services are 12.
My gosh.
And these are areas where they have no access to behavioral health, and so we're really getting kids help.
Great.
Congratulations. That's awesome.
Oh, it's just amazing, and I would like to say too that we have the lowest no-show rate of all the consortiums in the state of Texas.
Excellent.
All right, great.
So moved
And
with
again,
emphasis.
I'm the lucky one that gets to report, but it's Tanisha Kennard and Dr. Potter-Wiltz and their team that are doing the hard work.
Second
Okay.
motion. All approved.
Aye.
Any
Thank you, Celia.
opposed? None?
Thanks, Celia.
Thank you. Miss Joy.
All right. Oh, well, let me get my mask off. Good morning. Good to see you all. So I'm bringing forward for your consideration professional services agreement between the hospital district and Maxor. As you know, this went out for RFQ. We did work with a third-party consultant to help to draft that request. And so in this agreement, it includes expansion of FTE to cover 24/7 coverage of our correctional health program, as well as expansion of services for our Meds to Beds program, which helps us to deliver necessary medications to patients prior to discharge in the hospital. Let's see, yes, so that actually for Maxor, that is before you for your presentation here.
Is the one that we small extension the last time?
Yes.
And you guys did it in that short period of time?
Yes. First week, I was like, thank you, Doug. Gave him a call too.
Move approval.
Approval.
All right.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Amendment.
I'm sorry.
All right. This next up is an amendment to the purchase agreement for Cuba Pharma. Essentially, this allows us to leverage Vizient Tier 1 pricing to actually decrease that overall expense associated with our relationship with Cuba Pharma, which should represent a potential savings to the organization of $45,000 annually. They provide critically compounded IV and oral medications and extended beyond use dates through Cuba. So,
Entertain motion for approval.
Move approval.
Second by Mr. Petty. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed. Item S. Mr. Adam Lane.
Good day. So I'm here to present to you a contract between Whiting Turner Company and Tarrant County Hospital for $700,000 included in the capital budget. Now, this is for graduate nursing training education space down in the basement. It includes sim labs to increase our throughput for nursing education. 4 firms proposed. We can terminate this at any time, and we have a 42.73% minority business participation.
Any question?
So moved.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed?
Thank you very much.
Motion passed. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'll have one abstention. I have contracted with Whiting Turner in my business, so I'll abstain.
At this point, I'm going to turn it over to our Chair of Planning for the rest of the stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We will, this will be brief but important. Derek is here with Broadus. Is he there? Where is he? There he is. Derek, if you could give us sort of a thumbnail sketch of your progress on medical home real estate, and this becomes a subject to discussion at executive session as well, so Derek's going to keep this pretty high level. And then he's also going to give us an update on our RFQ for our medical office building developer. Derek, welcome, sir.
Thank you. So update on the property. We've selected the property. We're currently in the contract negotiation phase of that. So this has gone through a lot of vetting with our team, with the facilities team, and executive steering committee. And we've got a really good site and ready to move forward. And then we'll start in our due diligence, making sure all the zoning and all of those kind of things are in order before we finalize that contract. So that's where we are with that right now, making a lot of progress.
And again, if there's any questions on that, we'll probably save those for executive session.
All right. So on the medical office building, in this process, we have an RFQ, RFP list that we take to the executive steering. So just a reminder that is not an approval, but just a recommendation. We're bringing that to the planning committee to approve that we can start putting that out on the street. So the medical office building, about 350,000 square foot building. These are great opportunities for P3 partnerships, and so we'd like to move forward with the RFP for selection and the process of that developer to develop the medical office building.
Is it an RFP or
RFQ. Okay.
So that's an update item. Derek, what's the schedule for that? Once the RFQ is released, how long do we have before we can start looking at proposals on that or qualification?
It takes us about 6 weeks before we get it out, get all those back, and then we start reviewing, then we go through our process of selection.
Great. Any questions for Derek on that?
Yeah, Mr. Petty, that is a planning approval item for them to move forward.
So we can go ahead and take action on that RFQ. All right, so I'd entertain a motion to proceed with the RFQ release for the medical office building developer. Motion from Mr. Fisher, second from Dorothy. Any question or discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. That motion carries. Thank you very much, Derek. Next, got the recommendation on the temporary parking lot.
Right. Yeah, temporary parking lot is a very integral part of getting a lot of work started. So this temporary parking lot will have about 400 stalls. That'll be in the old St. Joe kind of greenfield area. We need this to get started so that we can start on our parking, our permanent large parking garage. So we've gone through the selection process, and we would like to recommend that we move forward with H.J. Russell as the firm that was selected. There, again, it's a design build, so there's a design portion, then it goes into construction. For the design phase, 100% MWVBE. They had an excellent proposal. The selection team that was comprised of several individuals from JPS narrowed that down and made that selection. We'd like to move forward to move into the contracting phase with them.
So we need a motion to approve, move forward with the recommendation.
So moved.
Montgomery, Dorothy, second. Any question or discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. And finally, the recommendation board for medical home one design build. Hooray. Took us a while to get here, but we're here.
Hooray's not enough.
Great. So with that, and what we'd like to talk about here was quickly the process that we went through. This medical home one is a design build RFQ that went out, and so went through our selection process. We did interviews and narrowed that down to a couple of firms. We had 11 submittals. 4 of those were MWVBE at the prime level, which is exactly what we were looking for in breaking these projects up. Instead of one big contract, to have this as 4 smaller, which gives those smaller firms that opportunity. So we're real excited about that. So we know there's a process that y'all will go through with the commissioners, and so the recommendation of the selection committee, we'd like to take that into the closed session.
So we'll vote on that after closed session. Is that appropriate? All right, awesome. Any questions for Derek of non-executive session nature? All right. Thank you very much, Derek. Appreciate it. And next, you have a strategy update from Lauren. Hello, Lauren. How are you today? This is the person that's asking us for one day of our entire lives coming up.
Let me caveat that by saying it is not me. We are joint planning with Daphne for training. So I and Daphne are requesting a full day of your time. In the essence of time, though, I know, Mr. Petty, you have to go. So I can forego a detailed update so we can go into executive session in order to remain quorum. The only update that I would give is what I would typically say today, and that was the point of this, will be done at the retreat. So what I would typically bring forward to you as far as progress, KPIs, and everything else will happen at the retreat. So I didn't want you all to think that we weren't following through with presenting that today, since the retreat is so soon on the horizon. So
do we have a date firm yet?
I know Angela, before you leave, Mr. Petty, I can get that answer. Angela was polling that over the last 48 hours, I think. And so I think we landed on the latter of the dates in May is what the majority everyone was available, I believe, is if I remember correctly.
The latter of the dates, which is be the 30th, April, you mean? That will
We
be the
pushed it
30th or the
into
31st?
May. She gave you I'll confirm. There was a May 2nd and a May.
Just find out, let us.
I will find out for you, I promise. It was like 4 cycles of this. Let's give you 2 dates and then 4 more and 6 more. So, but I promise I'll get you that answer, but I don't want to
Awesome.
take.
Thank you, Lauren. Look forward to that update. Okay, so, yeah, we can go to executive session. Yes, sir. Drink them quickly, right?
This time, we're going to go back to our regular session, and we have a few items need approval. One is item A, the request for exploration of the land lease.
I move that.
Second.
At the northeast.
At the northeast.
At the northeast.
Any second?
Second.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? One recuse.
One, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. The next item is approval for the real estate. I don't have the record here.
Yeah, so
Item,
It's
what,
item
6-2, 6A2?
6A2. 6A2. Yes.
It's just three.
6A1, right?
A1 or A2?
There's
Okay.
no action on that. That was an update on.
Just an update, okay.
One was an update, right? So, yeah, 6A2. We did. Go ahead.
Move approval of item 6A2.
And we did that one.
Oh, we did that one?
Yeah. We did that.
We got both those
We
done?
need is,
Yeah.
say four recommendation.
Oh, you're right. You're right. So you want to make that your motion?
Yeah, whatever Daphne said is my motion. Is it 6A4?
6A4.
I move approval of item 6A4.
Yeah, we're going to have him announce who
they are.
The recommended vendors were.
Because I was just going to say Kia, and that's not how it's pronounced.
It's actually.
Derek, I've moved approval of item 6A4 if you'll identify the two firms that we're sending for. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yes.
No,
No, it's open. It's open. We're going to announce it.
We're in open. Oh, you are? Yeah, we're in open. Open that door.
That has to be action. No, I mean, it needs to be closed. I'm kidding.
I am way. I'm leaving very quickly, people.
We're moving.
Okay, you want to know the two firms that were shortlisted?
Yes.
Okay. Azteca, KAI, and then Byrne, Postel, SBL.
All right.
Those are the two firms.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Chairman.
All right.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed. Thank you so much. I don't think we have any more.
Anything else? Can we leave the door open?
Yeah, we're in open session now.
Steve Montgomery made the motion. I think Trent seconded. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you all for, there's no other
That's it.
item to go over anymore. So we call.
Thank you guys for
adjourn
hurrying up
meeting.
for me. I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
That's a good
Staff's probably all taking a collection up for me right now.
I was going to say, this is good strategy going forward.
11:50.
I'll make sure you have a plenty,
12:02. Please don't adjust your sets. Zim Zimmerman is supposed to be here but could not be and asked me to fill in his stead, which is he has yet to chair a governance committee meeting. And Dorothy, I'm wondering if he just didn't know how to tell you no. But that's okay. I'm happy to do it, and we will get started. First, are there any citizens wishing to address the board or committee? And I see none. They didn't report that we have none, so we'll move on. We'll have approval of the December 16th, 2021 meeting minutes. Those were provided. If there's not any changes, I'll ask for a motion to approve. Dorothy with Mr. D.T. Nguyen seconding. Thank you, D.T., for hanging out with us for a little while longer and allowing us to have this meeting. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. I don't have a committee chair report because, well, I wasn't supposed to be here, but I did have an opportunity to speak with Colin for a little while yesterday, and I'm really happy and still proud of the way that the governance and compliance and internal audit is moving. And your team, as it continues to grow and evolve and become established as your team, is really great. So I'm really happy with that. With that, Colin, if you'll give us the top 5, the risk register.
Sure. So I want to reiterate here that we do a risk-tailored resource allocation model. So we want to make sure that we're quantifying our risk appropriately and that we're addressing compliance risk in a way that we hope is not reactionary. So we want to be able to identify some of these things as they're coming. So the top 5, what you will see is we made our adjustment to the most recent risk register on December 30th. At that, risks, which were assessed by our Chief Information Security Officer, Curtis Castleberry, and his team, overtook the kind of finance, coding, billing, misconduct related risks. So I had kind of telegraphed that this was going to happen at some point, and it did indeed happen there right at the end of December when his team took over. This predated things that were happening in the Ukraine, which resulted in cyber attacks. So this is our compliance program working in action where we're perceiving there to be a risk. See, David's IT team identified these things long before compliance showed up as well. So he's here to talk about that and present the program. One of the other new wrinkles that we're going to do from a compliance governance standpoint is try to tie our risk that we're looking at to an element or elements of the strategic plan as well. So that way, not only are we demonstrating that, yes, we think it's a risk and we've quantified it, but also it means something to JPS and to the vision of where we're going. So with that said, since our top 5 are all cyber, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Mendenhall here and you don't have to listen to me talk for 90 straight minutes today, so you're welcome.
Excuse me?
Yeah. 90 straight seconds. I think that's what he was trying to say. And so thank you for this. And Colin and I have debriefed several times about these risk registers. They're not just something that we have elevated ourselves. These are happening all over the world. And just to put it in perspective, the types of things that were happening, even though cyber is something that we know can happen around the globe, we're seeing geography play a very big factor into this. When the President of the United States was in Fort Worth 2 weeks ago, JPS being the level 1 trauma center for that event, we were on high alert for the President of the United States here. Our emergency room was ready. We work with the Secret Service every time those types of dignitaries come in. But it was, I don't think, coincidental that about 30 minutes before his plane arrived, all of a sudden JPS started getting hit with a cyber attack. And our defenses were keeping up with them. What it meant for us was that certain things that were happening to us were creating a bottleneck of data that could not come into JPS the way it normally would. Clinical operations were fine. Our security defenses were doing everything that it should do. But in the middle of that, we had a ton of traffic, meaning hundreds of thousands of emails started hitting us all at the same time. And then it was pretty interesting that, when the wheels went up on Air Force One, it was amazing that the cyber attack slowed down. So geography plays into something that is very global, and cybersecurity is one of those things that we always have to have an eye on. And so I do appreciate the partnership with Colin. He has really allowed us to partner with him on what was going to be important as far as these risk registers were concerned. So I'll go through this program overview quite quickly. This was a program that we've been putting together for several months, and being on the board, you all hear me talk about cyber when we need new equipment, and I think we've come to this governance board probably about once a year to do some education. But with our new Chief Information Security Officer, Curtis Castleberry, that has been on site for about 15 months, he was meant to be doing this presentation. He was supposed to be doing this presentation as opposed to me, but his wife surprised him with a 30-year anniversary trip that he did not know about, and so he had to bail out, I think on Friday or Thursday or Friday of last week. So good for him. Hopefully it'll last another 30 years for him, or maybe not. After I fire him, we'll see what happens. But our program over the last 24 to 36 months has really gotten a lot better. It's not just equipment that we have that's doing our defenses. It's around people, process, technology. It's about strengthening the foundation. It's about building not just a foundation for today, but building a foundation for tomorrow. So where 7 years ago, we had 2 security people. Now we have 8, and we may have to go even more than that next year because the work is just tremendous right now. We focus on our strategic objectives of people, process, technology, and measures to be able to make sure that we're not only, again, buying equipment, put it in, but that people can use it. But not only that, but then getting the training that we need. We recently went through a phishing exercise against our executives. They didn't know that. In fact, some of them are hearing it for the very first time right now. And Dr. Duncan, do you mind if I tell you the unpassing grade that I'm going to anyway? This is streaming. So our executives didn't do as well as what I'd hoped. Let me just put it that way. Yeah, exactly. She just said no. But our executives didn't do as well as they should have on what should have been a simple, I'm going to delete this email, and they click through. So that means that we're going to have to be able to do a lot more education. There's been a couple things that have happened with board members recently, right, where we started getting a bunch of emails that we didn't know about, and it's just one of those things. This is always at the very front of everybody's mind, and we always have to take care of it. So in FY21, we put together 6 key initiatives that we were going to be able to do for our InfoSec program. And they were what I thought were going to be very strong and lead us into the next 2 or 3 years. What it ended up doing was leading us through FY21, and then we had a whole new set of key initiatives. And I'm happy to present that 4 of the 6 key initiatives are already complete, which is really great. But key initiative 1 and 2, where it says improved tools used through better processes, and number 2, we're strengthening talent through hiring opportunities and professional development. Those are ongoing, and those will be continuing ongoing. So we've closed out FY21 and put together an entire new set of initiatives for FY22. And what was really interesting, and this is where the partnership with Colin is really a lot stronger than it has been previously, is his risk register at the same time our key initiatives were coming out, we were able to do a blend. And that's what you saw on his risk register. So we have 9 key initiatives that we are teeing up right now that we are tracking every day as we go through. And it's really just about, as that headline says, to improve, expand, and mature. We're never going to be able to say we're done with cybersecurity. It really is just be able to move into a more secure atmosphere, a better atmosphere every day, and then being respective when something happens. What's really great about JPS and the culture that's here is I don't think I've ever gotten kickback from a physician or a nurse or an executive when we said it's really difficult to get to a website, or it's really difficult when I travel overseas that I want to be able to get onto the network, and we've said no, you're not going to do that because we have certain barriers we're doing. And usually everybody is very, very good with that. And I think that's a culture that has been pushed down for many years where everybody just wants to do the right thing. And at other organizations, if I would have blocked a physician from being able to go out to a website at another country, then my head would have come off. But here it seems it's very collegial that way. Our FY22 Information Security Strategic Plan, we have the 9 key initiatives that are part of that plan, and a lot of it is about the third-party risks that have been associated. We have third-party risk assessments that happen at least twice a year. They come in and not only judge technically what we're doing, but also they go through and judge our policies, our procedures, our all of the rules that we have of engagement that we have, and they put that against what JPS does as well. And so we were doing extremely well on that. In this last chart, this is my last slide. I want to go through this very, very quickly. I know it's a little bit of an eyesore, but I want to be able to talk about this. Dr. Duncan and I had a little conversation the other day, and she ended the conversation by saying, David, sometimes you worry too much and you're not nearly as bad as you think you are. And I didn't know if that was a compliment or not, but I'm okay with that. I'll take it as a compliment. But when we're pushing on cybersecurity, one of the things that we always wanted to be able to do is get better and better and better. And what we did was had an outside company do a benchmark of where we are at from a cyber maturity perspective against alike hospitals, against alike funded organizations, and against alike organizations that are out there. And here's kind of the tail of the tail. And again, we're never done maturing. But when you look in that first one, you look at the NIST Common Security Framework, which is the National Institute of Security or Standards and Technologies. The NIST Common Security Framework is what all organizations compare themselves to when it comes to controls with cybersecurity. On a scale of 1 to 5, we are at a 2.7, but when you, on identity, protect, we're at 2.8, detect, we're at 2.7, and respond, we're at 3.0, and then we're at 3 on the last objective. When you look at other like organizations in the industry, those numbers look pretty low to me, but when you look at the industry, we're actually well ahead of many of the people that are in healthcare doing the exact same thing. When you look at the health systems that are there, again, we're above many of the other averages of health systems across the United States. When you look at organizations that are above $1 billion, again, our maturity is above most of those organizations. We look at the number of beds that we have, and we also compare it against the number of employees that we have. So those were 5 or 6 different indicators that we wanted to be able to judge, because I know many of the questions that you all ask us is how are we doing against alike hospitals or like organizations with the same number of people, same type of demographics, same number of beds. And so that's why we wanted to put this together, to show that we are getting better. About 3 years ago when we did this exact same thing, we were par. And so we are getting better and we are getting stronger, but our hope is that these numbers will be above 3 going into the time when we come to the board next year to go through the same process. Any questions?
No. Good.
Great. Thank you all very much. Thanks, Colin, for the time.
And thank you, David, for the partnership. I would say you and Curtis are 2 of the most important partners that we have here. So thank you, and thank you for presenting. As David exits, I'd say one of the reasons this keeps me up at night.
I got one quick question for David.
Yeah.
David, whenever you were talking about the president being in town and level 1 trauma, did the Secret Service or any other security agency say heads up, this is what you're going to see?
Yes.
So I'll sit back down real quick. We actually, this is more information than what anybody really needs to know, but our trauma center, as well as our cyber team, usually gets a heads up about 30 days ahead of time, right? Then usually about 2 weeks ahead of time, the normal process is we're meeting directly with the Secret Service, and they're actually doing walkthroughs through our areas and meeting with us. So the answer to your question is yes.
Can I interrupt? I think it's a little bit more of security.
Yeah.
We need to move into executive session if you want to talk about it.
Well, I just want to know if they say, hey, what you might experience is more emails coming through or whatever. I'm just curious if they
We
give us
get
that.
advance notice that he's coming, and then it triggers a protocol through our emergency management
Good.
team.
That's what I need. Thank you.
And fair enough. Absolutely. So those types of events are very interesting, and we did not know what was going to happen. But our security defenses were able to keep up, which was really good. Dr. Duncan was my first call, I think, about 30 minutes into the event, just to let her know what was happening. And again, about 4 hours later, we were in good shape. So, no.
We the building next, we next door to the Secret Service building, and we can see activity there too.
It was nuts. It was nuts. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, keep the train moving here. One of the things I want to do as a habit is bring back the risks that we talked about last time. Let you make sure you know what is happening with those. This was the top 5 from our December meeting. I will go over these in greater detail a little bit later on, but I did want to run these back so it's not like you're seeing them once and then never seeing them again. We're in different phases with all 5 of these. Some are completely mitigated, some are getting a corrective action plan, some have just been downgraded. But the point was that the cyber risks by aggregate score overtook these and would have overtaken them anyways. There are, I guess the difference between a coding risk and a cyber risk is there are knowns with the coding and billing environment. Like we know the doctor, we know the data service, we know patient, we know codes, we know revenue, we can isolate, an error rate. We can do a lot of things with that with the cyber environment. It's so unpredictable and so volatile that's why it tends to score out much higher. So I'll go over these in greater detail a little bit later on. The only thing I'll say on this is the partnership with Rory and his RevCycle team is equally as good as it is with David and Curtis, which is necessary for effective governance. Wanted to touch real quickly on our work plan for the year.
This is item C.
This is item C. This is our governance work plan, which is approved by the board. That was done, I believe, during the August meeting. So a review of our goals. Number 1 is really to get that risk-based methodology moving and as best we can be predictive and not reactive to risk. Item 2 is to better align JPS and Acclaim to make sure we're both thinking about compliance in the same way and kind of rowing in the same direction on that. And then the third goal was to have internal audit assess our corporate compliance program to make sure we understand what flaws, if any, existed in the corporate compliance program. And Jessica has completed this audit and she's going to provide you a detailed update a little bit later. On the compliance side, as a reminder, the work plan is fluid. I gave you the top 5 because that's generally speaking what we're working on at any given time. So those right now are the cyber risks. Overall, we have 185 unique risks identified in our risk register right now. 33 of those have been assessed, 22 have been mitigated or accepted. Again, we will provide you reports of those as a matter of transparency. And for the current active risk, the average risk score is a 52 with a high of 129. That's our cyber risk number 1 and a low of 5. I can start accepting things when they get to a 3 or below. Internal audit, we started out with 6 audit areas that we identified. We've completed 1 audit. 1 is in the planning phase, 2 are in field work, and then 2 are not yet started. And we do anticipate that internal audit plan will be completed on time and on budget for this fiscal year.
Thank you for that.
Questions on that? All right, we have 1,004 policies for you to approve today. We tabled these during the December meeting. That is why we're bringing so many forward to you. They were provided along with the corresponding procedures in redline version. They are, for the most part, minor technical changes, but if there are specific questions about any of those, we're happy to answer.
We will need to take these individually, correct?
No.
Or we can take them
all
as
at
a slate?
once.
Okay.
I just can't vote on them.
Yeah, these have been out and talking with Colin, they are very minor, some grammatical and just some small changes to each of these. I don't know, does anybody have any specific questions about any particular of these policies?
No.
There are 9 of them.
9 of them. Okay.
I didn't see any in my review. So if we're okay with that, then we can forward these to the board with a motion to approve.
All right. I move that we approve the 1 through 9 policies as printed.
That's a motion.
Second.
A second by Amanda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right. Looks like we're going to go into executive session. And we will do that at 12, was that 22?
Okay.
It's 1:38. I'll call the regular session back to order. Having no further business, this meeting stands adjourned. Thank you.
I keep mine by month, so, yeah. I have my last year's budget, so I can go back and compare.